Bum 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 bum. Oops. I think we're back. I haven't copied my link yet. Oh, pop that in there. Overbaked Tet-O Diver has beaten me in. Hello, mate. There we go. Pop the new pinned link in. Like that. Bosh. Done. Excellent. Now I can go to YouTube and fiddle with everything. There's a lot to this being a YouTuber malarkey that I didn't expect, you know. I thought I'd had a genius idea, put something on a belt and then leave for a week. But oh no. YouTube make you jump through the hoops. Through the hoops. Which is where I'm currently jumping. Come on. Right, let's edit this. Right, so much admin. I've even had to do a tax return to YouTube. Can you believe that? To earn 100 quid. Big deal. I've spent much more than that. I'm not going to be paying any tax. I think I've done that. Good. Double check that. Okay. Go back here. Oh, I need to check members as well in case anybody climbed on board while I was sleeping. I can't leave them out in the cold. That's bad form. Okay, that's all good. Right, nearly there. Then I can just talk nonsense, which is what I was born to do. Well, look at me with my mistake. Hour 1111 onwards. Idiot. There we go. Right, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Most excellent. This is the 24 hours of Le Mans times 13, mate. That's what this is. Yes, Katie. Bree will totally help with your headache once I stop talking. The soothing sounds of axle on sandpaper will lull you back to health, I guarantee it. Or maybe my smooth, sonorous tones will let you know that the world is a fine place and you're welcome in it. Everybody loves you. Your little brain just needs to relax, let go of the stress, embrace being. We'll be holding a yoga session later on for those that are interested. No jump scares allowed. I made a discovery last night. I might be able to put fibre optic lighting under the car. That would be exciting, wouldn't it? I know it's the same time as yesterday, so the same people are probably here, but does anybody want to see how big the belt's going to be on the new belt sander? Could go live and show you that. It's very exciting. I will put 2 cars on it for scale. Anybody interested in that? We don't know car stunts why the right side is so dirty. Last time it was the left side, so there's no rhyme nor indeed reason to it. Okay, I've just plugged live cam in. Why is its little light not come on? because it's locked up as usual. That's not live cam. This is live cam. Oh, okay, it works. Right, okay, ready? Here's exciting. This is how big the new rolling road is going to be. Hopefully, cross fingers. Bosh! Look at that beauty. Eh? Eh? Come on. This is going to change our entire world. Number one, it's the right colour for a road. Good morning, Andrew. We're just looking at the size of the new road that we'll be using, hopefully. Not for every run. I like the little road. But we're going to be doing side-by-side racing. Oh, yes, we are. On this gigantic belt, which I think will be very exciting. We're not going to be messing about with that. All I need to do is figure out how to change the speed on it. Once I've done that, we're up and running. And once I've built somewhere for all the cameras to live, obviously. But look, nobody's going to be hanging off the side on this puppy. Oh, no. It's only a 3-inch belt, but they're only 1-inch cars. But it also means we can do stupid things. Stupid's going to be good. Oh, if there were enough hours in the day. But that's the new size. For any new people, this is what you're watching. There's the microphone, catching the delicate sound of thunder. There's the little alien probing station that the car is mounted onto. There's one camera. There's one more camera. There's 2 more cameras. There's a 5th camera, and I'm holding number 6. I moved the front cam back last night. Front cam was on that red rail earlier. Now front cam's on this one. I did that so that I can get in here now with my phone to take slow motion. But there's the ride height. Look, we've still got a big gap under there. Nothing to worry about under there. If I can remove, there we are. It shows you the ride height. Plenty of clearance still going on under that car. Plenty of clearance. This is the sanding belt called Sandy. Sister Sandra is over there testing things, hence the mess. And the camera's locked up. Right, I'm now going to return this camera right now. Because I've had enough of that locking up. That's got to stop. I kept the box, didn't I? Yep, there's the box. Yes, no barrier between them. Rubbing is racing, exactly right. Mrs. Endurance is thinking of starting a Lego only endurance channel. But you know, you're buying your own belt sander for that, love. Oh yeah. Right, where's Amazon? I want to do yet another return. They're going to ban me from returning things soon. They actually did that once. I figured out that I could buy guitar amplifiers for gigs, do a gig with it, and then return it, and then you haven't got to store the damn thing. And we weren't doing many gigs at the time, so it was working quite well until we had 3 gigs in close succession, and I returned 3 guitar amplifiers, one straight after the other. They weren't happy about that. Banned me from returning high value items. They've forgotten that now though. Return item. This is a shame because it's such a good camera. But it was a lot of money, so it's going back. What will I use instead though until it locks up? Did a lot of research into this camera. Returns eligible through the 12th. I've got 6 more days. Right, I'll do some research first, see what's better. If anything. I don't know what to put on the side, Solidarity. I'm thinking glass. I'm thinking if I buy microscope slides and split them so they're only about 5 millimeters high and then mount them on something, the cars could sit between them. Because obviously the road is much wider than this road. So on this road I can get the buffer right up to the edge of the road. On the new road, the buffer is going to have to be over the road. And to be over the road, it's going to need a bit of strength. So maybe a microscope slide sideways on, if you see what I'm saying, approaching from the side end on, because it will be clear and it'll only be like a millimetre wide bit touching the front of the car, but it's whether it can withstand the two cars bashing into each other. I've got a lot of experimenting to do, but the new belt sander doesn't come till Friday. Oh yeah, that would be, that's annoying, Andrew. I'm with you on that one. Why would blank ones be more? That's crazy. That's the same as Kindle books costing more than paper books. I find that infuriating. Yeah, definitely. Phantom MYT. I think a 24th scale run would easily do a month. We don't know, civilian official. This Ford, if you look at the timing screen on the left, it's all there. It's been going for 4 days and 15 hours. Look at the colourful lines underneath that. This car is the 4th line down, and it's approaching the green line above it, which is the car that went further than this car, 5 hours and 5 days and 1 hour. When this car gets to that time, it will jump up into 3rd place, and then it's got to go another 6 days until it catches the one above it. The record is 13 days. 13 days, 11 days, 5 days, 4 days at the minute. So we don't really know what the average is. I'm suggesting the average is probably 10 days. Yeah, Dave, a bit of perspex. Maybe a perspex arch over the front of the two cars. Oh, come on, the risk of shattering has got to be... You're trying to... You health and safety people, you annoy me, you do. What's a cut finger or a lost eye for art? Oh, that's good maths, new model workshop. The way that the timing screen works here, just so you know, I enter the length of the belt and the scale and the number of rotations that the timing spline does per single revolution of the belt, and then everything else is magic. So I don't have to do a lot of adding up. I just need to mount the same timing spline to the new sander. No idea how I'm going to do that. There will be a way. Certainly got more continuous miles on it than a real Ford GT Cal does racing. Yeah, Pablo Jabet, the vibrations knock the dirt off, don't they? Of course it's okay to make a baguette car. The scale depends on your size of your mouth. I'd suggest 1/32 scale for a baguette. I'd go to 140... No, I'd go to 124 for a sandwich. I'd stick at 1/32 for a baguette, or you're not going to be able to get your mouth open enough, are you? And then length, obviously, is variable. But the diameter of the baguette is critical for the mouth. The baguette to mouth ratio is critical when eating baguettes, I find. I made a burger the other week that looked magnificent, but neither Mrs. E nor I could get it in our mouths because it was too tall. It's hella good though. No, we're about halfway around the world, aren't we, at the moment? A full-size baguette? Well, you can't make a full-size baguette car, mate. That's ridiculous. You won't even get it in your kitchen. And where would you get all that cheese? No, you've got to make a scale baguette car. A normal baguette, 1-to-1, that's fine. But you're making a car baguette, you said. You can't make hollow promises and say I'm going to make a car baguette and then make it life-size, because, you know, That's enough food for a year. Well, he says he can. We want a photo in that case. We don't want you popping on here like DCRS saying his car went for a year and only showing a photograph. Video or it didn't happen, my friend. But a photograph of a car-sized baguette in the shape of a car, we'll take it. Exactly. How big of an oven would you need it to have? Mind you, don't necessarily oven a baguette, do you? That's true. Oven baked. How do we say this? I'm just going to call you over. There we go. Overbaked. Oh, that's my favourite loaf, the overbaked loaf. They used to do that in my Sainsbury's. They called it an overfired loaf. It was black. I loved it. But then they sacked all the in-store chefs. So now we only get generic garbage. Right, anyway, what was I just going to say about baguettes? Yes, the Oscar Wiener car is not edible. That's my point. That's a car in the shape of a wiener. He wants to make a baguette in the shape of a car. That's the horse cart horse scenario there. Exactly, Andrew. Andrew's getting my point. If he's making a car-shaped baguette, it better be scale, or it will feed the whole village. Whatever village it is we live in. Probably the village of endurance. No one would come here, would they? Don't go over that hill. Village of endurance over that hill. They're all a bit weird. They hang on. They talk slow about nothing, and they just watch a car over and over and over and over. They're all mad. Don't go there. Stay away. One of them's building a baguette the size of a car. They've lost their heads, I tell you. Oh, I agree with you, Dave Beat. Tiger Loaf approaches, but it's not got the proper cancer-giving blackness of an overfired loaf. I will make another cart in the shape of an angry bird. Well, that's not edible at all. You've left the chat with that. You've just gone into... You're just making models for the hell of it now. I don't blame you, car stunts. This has left the track, I'm telling you. Take car, mate. Have a nice walk. And we need to check on Kate's headache. Katie, is your headache better? Or have we driven you off? Has the baguette talk distracted you from the headache? That's what I'm asking. Yes, Phantom, I agree. I think it's the little draft created by the little draft created by the sander is what is allowing the dirt to fall naturally on the car. That's all it needed. I did try a fan, for those of you wondering, at the front, and all it did was blow the dirt off because the dirt couldn't accumulate because the first thin layer got blown off. I'm going to say blown off again. Blown off. The first thin layer was blown off. It got blown off. I can't stop. Blown off. Why is that amusing me? Because you've got a tiny little brain. Oh, yeah. I forgot. No reply from Katie. Looks like the headache's taken her down. That's sad. Now, I wonder if I do this with my fancy new microphone. Will it go off? Will it? Yeah, it's turned off. That's clever. Oh, that's a good trick my new microphone's got. Yeah, nearly mountain goat is the word doing the heavy lifting there. It's nearly as thrilling. That's not to say it's not thrilling. I think it's thrilling. Yeah, we might actually. You're right there. 1. The speed has dropped a little bit. We've still not collapsed to the required average though of 110. Let me just check the analog counter we've got going in the background. That's on 129202. 129202. Oh dear. It's a little bit slow still. Oh no, it's pretty close though. 128200 to 129202. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, in the olden days we used to have an analog speedo that looked like this. That one. But that works. It's pretty dumb how that works. I count how many rotations per minute the belt's doing, and then I input that into that counter, and it just keeps going, assuming the belt doesn't change. Which, to be fair, it doesn't change a lot, but it does change. The new speedo, this one, is actually measuring the belt via a little Arduino computer doing some maths. So this is the actual speed, and that's the average speed. But if you look how close they are, look. This one that's just averaging based on counted by hand belt rotations says we've done 12,900 miles and 202 real miles. So that's 12,202. And this one has done 200 real miles and 12,008. So they're right in the ballpark of each other, considering it's been on for 4.5 days. Anyway, enough of my personal hell. I worry about things like that. Yeah, that'll be interesting, Phantom. You'll need to be our correspondent on that, because I'm not familiar with how the dirt builds up on a NASCAR, because as much as I like watching NASCAR, it's on a channel over here that I don't subscribe to, and I do subscribe to a lot of channels, so for it to be on one I'm not on is amazing. But they've managed it, and they want too much money, so I'm not watching NASCAR anymore. Which is a shame, because I like watching NASCAR. I like watching Formula 1 people go there occasionally and fail miserably. Whoop! That was my new phone, that noise. No respecter of property, this boy. As my mother used to say. I need to have a proper tidy up today. It's getting a bit agricultural in here. Yeah, Katie's turned the sound off. I don't blame her. Or gone. I do blame her. Yeah, Raver Dad, but there's science in that as well, isn't there? If you're only allowed to turn left and use no brakes, still got strategy, still got drafting, still got to put your foot to the floor and have the nerve to do that. No, I don't want you to make a car out of my phone. I want you to make a baguette, like a 1/32 scale car. Oh, hang on, I've lost what Pescowisco is talking about. What's he talking about? Oh, he's over-vitamined. You're going to have fluorescent pee, for want of a better description. Fluorescent pee is in your future, my friend. Yeah, Montoya did okay, but then he was always a lunatic anyway, wasn't he? He's got the mindset. I loved it when he was driving for Williams, smashing cars up as fast as they could build them just to teach them a lesson. Yeah, 200 real miles. Actual real miles. I wonder where the Mini GT factory is. I wonder how far he's gone from the Mini GT factory. I might write to Mini GT and tell them. No, I won't. I wrote to them the other day and they haven't replied. At least Majorette replied, even if their reply was patronising. Majorette wrote back and said, I told them what we were doing and that it might be a Hot Wheels car and they could maybe use that for publicity, blah blah, or join in or show some support, not asking for money, just have some fun. And they said, enjoy your channel, have fun. Thanks, Majorette. But at least we got a reply, which is polite. The French are polite. The Mini GT people sent them a lovely letter. Once again, not asking for money. Just seeing if they wanted to join in. Have some fun. No reply. Mini GT, this is not reflecting well upon you. We will run less Mini GTs without encouragement. I like running Hot Wheels, and I'm not being allowed to run Hot Wheels because of all these weird makes we're being forced to run that I'd never heard of 2 weeks ago. Right, Google. Where is the Mini GT factory? I know it's going to be in China, but I need to know. Ah, they're manufactured by True Scale Miniatures TSM Model, a company headquartered in Hong Kong. So we haven't broken out of their time zone, really, have we? In that case. No, they use Hong Kong because models don't need regional manufacturing logos on the packaging, whereas if you do build in China, you have to do that. Interesting. Oh, I see. No, they build in both. One has a logo on the box, one doesn't. Interesting. So I bet people collect one or the other. Collectors are weird, aren't they? So, now I'm going to ask Google another weird question. Ah, here we go. Here's an interesting fact. When Hong Kong was originally invented by the British, you're welcome, it was planned to expand to the size of 200 miles. That was its original planned size. So our little car has, in real life, actually just driven to the edge of Hong Kong as it was planned. Of course, we chickened out because we're British, and that's what we do. No, the next country of note is Hong Kong to Taiwan is 444 miles. We're halfway to Taiwan. That would appear to be the closest place that we can get to without going to China. Is Taiwan in China? You don't know, it's separate, isn't it? Because they want to bomb it flat. Yeah, okay. Catch up, Stephen. Come on. 39 miles to Macau. We've gone past Macau. This is a ridiculous list I'm looking at. You would have thought they'd put them in order, wouldn't you? No, Taiwan. We're halfway to Taiwan. That's where we are in real life. You're asking me if your 2001 Hot Wheels Mini Cooper is rare. Me. You're asking me that. I'm with Dave. Probably not. If my 1967 Lotus isn't rare, then your 2001 Hot Wheels isn't rare. If my original Diora with red rims isn't rare, then your 2001 isn't rare. I don't know. I've no clue. Don't ask me about the cars. Ask Cobbett or someone who knows about cars. I only know about belt sanders. And the available evidence is that I don't even know much about belt sanders. So, I personally prefer plastic tyres. There we are, there's controversial. Rubber tyres look nicer. But Manny had plastic tyres and Manny went forever. He converted me to the way of the plastic tyre. Freddie, who came second, plastic tyre. Not such good plastic, but plastic nonetheless. If I was going to display cars in a very expensive display item thing with lights in it and that, rubber tyres all day, every day. In fact, I would probably only collect Mini GT and Kaido House, because so far they're the nicest cars I've seen. Although this Lionel, this NASCAR, it's a very good looking car. It doesn't have any weight to it though. I do like the weight. The Mini GT is very heavy. Ah, here we go. Phantom's got facts for us. It would currently be in rural Ontario, halfway from Montreal. Does it have to go to Montreal where those baguette eaters live? Can't we go the other way? Can't we go to Toronto? They wouldn't speak to me when I went to in Montreal. They kept talking at me in French. And someone had vandalised all the KFCs and changed the letters round so it said PFK. What the hell? Yeah, I know Mini GT makes Kaido House. I guess that's why I like them, because I like the crispness of their mouldings. That was hard to say. Crispness of their mouldings. I like Detroit. I've had fun in Detroit. I used to fly to Detroit from the UK because it's much cheaper than flying to New York or anywhere else on the East Coast. Boston, places like that. Detroit's very unpopular, consequently cheap to fly to. So even if I was going to New York, I would fly to Detroit and drive to New York because it was more fun. I got to know the lady on the check-in counter in the Detroit airport quite well, and by using an English accent and a touch of charm, she would upgrade me. Until one day she stopped. I don't know what I did, but I definitely did something, because the upgrades, they slammed to a halt. They didn't peter out, they stopped. And she looked at me like she'd never seen me before. Previous to that, I thought we were getting married. Well, not married, but certainly friends. I think I overstepped the mark a little bit by demanding upgrades rather than accepting them. Have you been to the Ford Museum, Lee, in Detroit? It's brilliant. They've got the Kennedy assassination car in there. It was before I knew Mrs. E. It's alright, years before. Unfortunately, I only met Mrs. E. late in life. I think I was 50 when I met Mrs. E. Although, had I met Mrs. E. when I was 15, she would have been a placenta. So that's, it would, not good. There's laws against that, I've heard. Don't know. She wouldn't have been a placenta. I just showed a massive ignorance of how babies are made there. She would have been an egg. Although even then I'm guessing. I don't really know. Haven't got children, thank God. Well, how could I ask her out, Lee? She lived in Detroit, for God's sake. I lived in London at the time. No, Jimmy Savile is far from cool. Do you see his mate, Gary Glitter, is yet again in court this week on yet again another pile of charges. They'd never have me on the BBC. My accent is too estuary. I live in... I'm from North East London. Nobody from North East London's allowed on the television. You've got to be West London or Central to get on the telly. No, it's been on the same speed. The belt sander, Red Mist. It naturally floats up and down. My theory is because I've got it on a speed controller, it sometimes struggles a bit because it's going at 1/3 of its slowest speed that it's manufactured to go at. So the motor isn't meant to be going this slow, and I do wonder if it runs out of oomph sometimes, and then it tries to make up for it and it goes very quick. We've seen everything from 104 to 150 on this run, and I haven't touched the dial. Yeah, exactly, Lee. I went out with an American girl for 4 or 5 years, which is why I went to America such a lot. After she lived here, but then she moved back home. And, oh yeah, I had some fun with her family. My favourite food, pizza. I make a very good pizza. Yes, I do make the dough. I have been to the Corvette Museum. That's funny you ask that. Jianggunjin. Jianggungayan. I'll call you Jean. I have been to the Corvette Museum. I went on the 19th of September 1999. How do I know that? Because Cobbett asked me the same question yesterday, and I went and found my pictures that I took, and I took them on the 19th of September 1999. So I visited the Corvette Museum before the floor collapsed and all the cars got ruined. There you go. New Model Workshop knows about science. That's why it's speeding up and slowing down. That is exactly what I'm using. No Pesco, but I am going to have to use gear reduction on the new one because the new one's got an AC motor and I can't slow that down by varying the voltage. So I'll have to invent some kind of weird gear system, but I've been on eBay and every kind of wheel is available. So I don't know how I'm going to change speeds, but I guess if we just settle at 110, 120 or close as we can get, that'll do. I know it's saying goodbye to the death speed at the end, or we could move them to the little belt for some death speed at the end, I suppose. I don't know. Now, you can't beat a good pizza, Solidarity, a proper one, made in a proper oven with proper flame and a proper bit of black burn on it. That checks out, Jean. A Nokia would work on the top of Mount Everest. New Model Workshop has just said pulse width modulation, and he's not talking about synthesizers. I might need to pick your brains, mate, because I'm on the edge of my knowledge. I'm one of those people who can just about get by in quite a lot of things, but isn't any good at any of them. Yeah, I was wondering about a constant velocity speed change in malarkey. I haven't looked into it yet because I haven't got the new belt sander, so I don't know what kind of attachments I can do to it. I bought the one I bought, not that anybody just asked, but I'm going to explain why I bought the one I bought. This belt sander is direct drive, so the motor is straight on the pulley that drives the belt. The new one I've bought is belt drive, so the motor is separate from the pulley and it's separated by a belt, and that's why I bought that one, because I can get on that belt and hopefully gear whatever pulley is driving that belt, which drives the main belt, because I'm going to need more torque. Looking at the belt that that's arrived, because it's a finer grade than the one that will come with it, it's a much bigger belt than I thought, even though I knew what the measurements were, because that's why I bought it. But it's going to take a lot of torque to move that, and you have to be able to tell torque from mutter. There's a joke nobody will get. Oh, so Lee, you've boiled down getting by in a lot of things to just being good at nothing. That's very accurately what you just said there. British people like football, although car guys don't. No. They don't. And when I was a kid, if you liked music, you didn't like football either. But in the 90s, Blur and Oasis ruined all that, and they let the thick people into music. Did I just say that out loud? Ah, then you're not a full car guy, Overbaked. Most motorsports people I know don't like any ball-related sports. Although it does take balls to be a drag racer. Hey, hey! See what I did there? See what I did? Especially if you're driving one of those slingshot dragsters where you sit with the differential between your legs. Wonderwall was never an anthem, Lee. Dreadful song. Today is gonna be the day. Well done on your rhyming, Noel. Well done. Like how, gonna somehow. Man's an idiot. Thank you, Mr. 2001. I'm not even going to try and pronounce your name. That's way beyond my pay grade. Overbaked, I think it's a little bit of this way, that way. You come up with stuff, we change it. We come up with stuff, you change it. It's all good. It's when the French get hold of it, it all goes wrong. You ever heard French punk rock? It's crazy. You're off the rockers. Your neighbour's kid was destroying your Hot Wheels. Well, time for the neighbour's kid to take a walk. Don't let them see you take him for a walk, but don't bring him back. I agree with Phantom. Wonderwall is garbage. And it is. I used to work with a guy, Lee, who wrote that song. I'm now going to sing to you. Cover your ears if you're sensitive. That song that goes, it's got to be perfect. It's got... I hate that song. But I used to work with the guy, Mark, who wrote it. And when it was used on a TV advert, which it was very soon after it was a hit. In fact, during the time it was a hit, it was used on a TV advert. He showed me the cheque that fell through his letterbox. And I'm not a jealous person as a rule, but oh boy. Oh boy. He didn't have to work again. Just for writing that absolutely awful song. In fact, I must attract these people because I also know the guy who wrote Walking on Sunshine. Oh! He's stinking rich as well. But he lets us use his recording studio, so he's alright. I forgive him. Why have I never written a big hit like that? Because I'm crap. No, I don't know the man who wrote that, thank God. Mr. Astley. Astley's cool, though. He is actually cool. He does festival slots over here with a band called Blossoms, and they play just Smith's songs, along with the occasional heavy metal number. He's fun. Which guy? Baked over. Overbaked. Which way round? Get it right. I've not met many F1 drivers. No, I've met Johnny Herbert. And I've met Johnny Herbert. I think that's it. Jason Plato's a touring car driver. Yeah, I've only met Johnny Herbert. But he was alright. I met Natalie Pinkham from the Sky team. She was lovely. Yeah, Katrina and the Waves. They come from where I used to live. Well, Kimberly does, who wrote the song. Kimberly's a boy. He's not the girl. Which guy do I know? Overbaked. Yes, he was. Astley was generated, but he's actually turned into a very cool fella in his old age. Cobbit's awake. What are you doing at this hour, mate? What, let me do the math. It's 10 o'clock. That means it's 5 o'clock for you in the morning. In Maine, that's cold. Yeah, I do know him. Overbaked. Very, very, very tangentially. Don't ask me to go around his house and bring you a souvenir. He was in a band called the Soft Boys before he was in Katrina and the Waves with Robin Hitchcock, who some of you may have heard of. Oh, I hate nightmares. When I was in hospital, they gave me fentanyl, and I have no idea why people want to take fentanyl. I had proper nightmares on fentanyl, to the point where I begged them to take me off of the fentanyl. I'd rather have the pain, thank you very much. Yeah, but it wasn't real, Cobbett. It was just your head playing jokes on you. Where are you, Phantom, to be that late at night? You must be ahead of us, so you're... Are you down under? Where are you, mate? Yeah, they always feel real, don't they, Cobbett? I used to have a nightmare, a recurring nightmare, that I was in an Arabian carpet market inside a giant circus tent, and there were carpets stacked everywhere, and there was this little elf-type creature that would taunt me constantly. This is when I was a kid. He wouldn't bother me now, but when I was a kid, he used to taunt me. Every night I had this nightmare, until one night I caught him, and I was so angry with him, I beat him to a bloody pulp, and he never came back. That was the end of that nightmare. So my advice is, in the nightmare, grow a pair, catch him, kill him. Because it's only a nightmare, you can't get in trouble. Oh, look at Overbake up in the ante there. Nightmares will be cool, implying I was able to sleep. You're a dark soul, Overbaked. You've caught me in a chatty mood today, Cobbett. No, I'm exactly with you on that one, Pesto Cuisco. There isn't a single drug that I think would improve my day to day. Not one. I have dreams like that, Cobbett. The amount of times I wake up and my car's been stolen, in my dream, obviously. But it's real when I wake up. Or you have the opposite. You have a dream where everything goes great and you get something brilliant, like a new stereo or something. When I was a kid, they don't have stereos now. But I would dream I'd got a new stereo and I'd be playing my records on it, having the greatest time. And then I'd wake up and I'd think, oh, I'll play my new stereo. I haven't got a new stereo! I was very angry. Look at Solidarity desperately trying to drag the conversation back to cars. Yeah, lots of lucid dreams I have. I like the ones you can control as well, when you know you're dreaming. Yeah, Cobbett. The disappointment when you realise that those comfy new shoes don't exist. I've quite often written the greatest song that anyone has ever heard in my dreams, and sometimes you wake up remembering them, but you're not bright enough to make note of it. You just think, oh, that's brilliant, that is, I love that, people are going to really enjoy that, I'll remember that. But no, you'd never remember it. You have to pick your phone up and you have to sing it into your phone, which I of course never do. Well, that's overbaked. I can explain that to you. That's because your dreams only actually take a few seconds, because they happen between deep sleep and being awake. That area in the middle there. And if you look at people, their eyes move. That's called rapid eye movement, REM, which is why the band are called that. And That's when you're dreaming, when your eyes are moving rapidly between deep sleep and being awake. Oh, it is. Look at that. The URL for the fact's wrong. Yep. No one clicks on it. I don't even know why I put it there. And I paid good money this week to have diecastendurance.com registered. We've got that now. That's our website. But for some reason, when I put it in here, it doesn't work. Watch, I'll show you. Such a long word. Right. Look, I've put that in there. That we own that website. That's us now. But if I click on it, are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Yes, I do. Can't reach this page. And that only happens in YouTube. That doesn't happen in anything else. You type that directly in your browser, it works. Thank you, Cobbit. I'll pin that if it lets me. Oh, where is it? There. Boink. Thanks, Cobbit. I've pinned it. Saved me typing it. I really am that lazy. Good Lord. Hey, Cobbit, someone earlier on, apropos of nothing, asked me if I'd ever been to the Corvette Museum. How weird is that? Not only could I tell them that I had, but I told them the day I went, thanks to talking to you last night and looking at the photos. How weird. Synchronicity. Everything happens for a reason. Hold on a minute. Was that you using another name? I think you might be taking a mickey out of me. No, it hasn't. Ferdinand Monkeyhausen, some idiot, when he put the stream up, got the title wrong by pushing a button one too many times. And I thought I'd fixed it, but the fact that you've just said that lets me know I didn't fix it. So now I have to go back to YouTube and look for that number again and fix it again. My life has become this. See, Trump's going to invade Greenland again. What an idiot. Only said that because I went past a video saying that on my way to edit the title of the video. Right, here we go. Edit. Edit. No, I did change it. It says 112 hours onwards. I wonder why it's hanging around with the wrong name somewhere then. I'll never know. YouTube's a mystery to me. Not as much as a mystery as Discord is, but it's still somewhat of a mystery. Yep. No, I can't see where you saw it. You must have seen it earlier on before I fixed it. Yeah, I'm a bit chatty today, Cobbit. I don't know why. See, normally, Dave, if I take the S out, that's when it breaks. I'll have a go, though. Let's have a go. Because it is a secure website, it does like the S. Let's try it without. Boink. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Yes, please. Oh, it worked. Look at that. Dave's a genius. Well done, Dave. Good information. Isn't that weird? In Reddit, if you don't put the S in, it doesn't work. In YouTube, if you do put the S in, it doesn't work. The internet's not finished, is it? It's very much in a we've got scaffolding and gaffer tape on everything stage. So now I'm going to make the fact look more impressive by having the correct URL. Get out of the way, little love hearts. Come on. I beat you, Cobbett. Rarely for me. Right, now I can change my template for where I paste stuff in. Pow. Okay, that's all good. All up to date for the next stream change. Excellent. Excellent. It's too early for meowing, Cobbett. We don't meow till noon, my time. "13 entire bags of Lay's chips." Big bags or little bags? I did the Manny autopsy a long time ago. That's live in the video section. It's the Freddy one that I haven't done. I've been delinquent on the Freddy one. I'm not going to get it done today. I've got to go and rehearse later. So that won't get done. I'm aiming to do the Freddy autopsy on Monday because I'll catch up on all my real work tomorrow, Friday. Then the weekend I donate the weekend to Mrs. Endurance. And then Monday I will do Freddy. I've killed the driver name thingy, everybody. Calm down. I'll tell you what happens there. I launch a website like I just clicked on the the link to see if it works, and the link opens up in the same browser that the driver rotator's in, and then I just close the link when I finish looking at it, and that breaks the driver rotator because I just closed it like a wally. I must stop things opening in Edge. I try and keep Edge for just the technical things, and then I use Brave for browsing. But for some reason, when I click on a link in YouTube, it opens Edge. Let me triple check that I've got my shortcuts pointed away from... Come on, silly computer, wake up. Yeah, Edge is not my default, and yet for some reason the chat window in OBS opens in Edge. Annoying. Maybe maybe OBS has got a setting that says that. Yeah, let's have a look. No, it hasn't. Yeah, exactly, New Model Workshop. I'm either in Firefox or Brave normally. I only use Edge when it's the only thing that the whatever site I'm using works in. They're all based on Chrome though, aren't they? But it's the varying amounts of snooping, I guess. AC/DC are Scottish, aren't they? The bulk of them. The Young brothers anyway, aren't they Scottish? I saw AC/DC with Bon Scott, just saying. Look at that, new model workshop. He knows all the tech stuff. He's very good. Brave is chromium as well, isn't it, I think? Yeah, I rushed the Manny autopsy. I left out a lot of facts after I'd finished it, but I was in a rush. I should take my time more, and I should take before and after pictures. I think I took some before pictures of this car, which is how I've got the wheel comparator up. Shall I get rid of the wheel comparator and see if the camera's working behind it? No, look what's happened to Action Cam. That's a disaster of disastrous proportion, isn't it? Have to fix that. How do I fix it? Come on, you've got to find it to fix it. There we are, I unlocked the wrong thing. Unlock that. And now have a go. Oh, look at it, it's completely deconfigurated itself. That's better. Let's get you back in position. Oh, I find... Hold on a minute, people. I need to do some screwdrivering. If I get rid of the old mount for the old... Oh, God. Everything's breaking. Here we go. Come on. All I want's a screwdriver bit. It's not much to ask, is it? Clearly too much. I see. I'll use that one. That's about the right size. Which, as we know, about the right size is the right size for me, usually. Thank you. Sorry about the front camera view. It's all for the greater good. Sorry. Right, now we can move Action Cam more freely. Let me put him in his place. And then I'll sort his pitch quality out. I can move him more now though. I need to make him brighter to see the focus. That'll be close. Let me brighten him up. Why does that? I've got two monitors, and whenever I open up the video properties, the little properties box opens up on the furthest left of the furthest left. I have no idea why. Right. Keep getting brighter until you're obnoxious. That'll do. Put a bit more colour in. There we go, that'll do. Close enough for rock and roll. Right, I can move him as well. He is the tyre truth teller, isn't he, that one? That'll do. Did anybody see the slow-mo from yesterday? That's quite good. Let's see if it'll work. Hang on. Yeah, it does. There we go. Slow-mo from yesterday, top left. That's quite good. Why does all the peak music come from London, or did come from London? It's because the Dole was available. All the music shops are in London. The Dole was available. We didn't have to go to work. We could all do music 24/7. It was heaven. The Beatles had to come to London though, didn't they, Lee? Where did they record their music? Not in Liverpool. No. Same with Black Sabbath. All the recording done in London. Well, until they went to America. The room where the first Black Sabbath album was recorded is now a bookshop / music shop. It started off as a bookshop. It's more of a music shop now, but you can go and stand exactly where they recorded it. No thanks. No sushi for me. I haven't had my porridge yet. Yeah, do you want to hear the sound on the slow motion? That's brilliant. Hang on, let me change my monitoring so I hear what you hear. Turn the car down. Listen to the sound of the slow motion. It's fantastic. Here we go. Yeah, do you want to hear the sound on the slow motion? That's brilliant. Hang on, let me change my monitoring so I hear what you hear. Turn the car down. Listen to the sound of the slow motion. It's fantastic. Now you can hear me echoing on the browser that I've got open. They played at Donington under a hail of bottles filled with urine. For people who've just arrived, the sound you're hearing is that car top left in slow motion. That's this car's sound in slow motion. Yeah, Vocaloid. It's the Ford GT Steam variant. People wanted to see if there was any clearance under the car, so I did a slow-mo, and that's the result there, top left. I'll turn that sound off because it's a bit much. Let's go back to the friendly sound of real speed. You can hear it though, can't you? Once you've heard it, you can hear how it slows down to be that. Thank you, Janata Baloxany. Thank you very much. I've kept the old one just in case. There's the old one. They're pretty much in sync with each other. The old one's averaging, the new one's doing heavy lifting. And if you look at the new one, the car currently in 4th place on the time tracker, I guess we'd call it, or the podium in the bottom there, is going to overtake the car in 3rd place. And it will do that by magic later on. 8 hours time or something, we're going to jump into 3rd place. Would you rather I left the roadkill cam top left or the action cam? The slow-mo or the real-time top left? That's what I'm asking. Would you prefer the slow motion or the real-time? That's the question. And then I'm going to have some porridge. Going to forage for some porridge. We're not forcing Cobbett to meow, he's forcing himself. We'd like him to stop, but you know, every man to himself. Real time it is. Pow. Achieved. Boing. Done. Slow-mo is cool, but I think it's a garnish, isn't it? We sprinkle it in every now and then as a special, little special something. Don't need to have it all the time. He is a cat. Can't deny that. He's a bloody noisy cat. Have you seen the new Ricky Gervais programme, Cobbett? Alley Cats, it's called. The problem with the oil change is you have to stop it to do the oil change. And we can't stop it. Them's the rules. Yes, I should go and give my dog some attention. She gets lonely when I'm in the shed. She hates the shed. She won't even come in it. Or I'd bring the cat in. I called my dog a cat. You've done this to me, you people. I think he's gone back to sleep. It is 5 o'clock in the morning. I bet he's got a really good diner close by that's just opened up. No. Oh yeah, we do allow for road repair, but not for car repair. I know, 5 AM, what's that? Right, I've run out of things to say, unusually for me. So I'm going to make the car louder and I'm going to go and eat porridge. Nice one, Lee. That's exactly the kind of reward that you should have. Alright, take care everybody. I'll be around all day today. I'm going to go and do some... I've got to design some t-shirts. So I'll be sitting doing that later on, but I won't be talking. And all that. Blah, 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 blah. I'll see you later. Bye for now. Bing bong! Look at that, out of the blue we're bing bonging. How you all doing? Hi Pioneer, hi Nameface. Hi Chris, Overbaked, you've been here all day. Hello mate. Bing bong. That's how I announce my presence in the shed, Jean. A bing bong, so that you aren't jump scared. Even though Ruman was jump scared by the bing bong, I need to think of a new jump scare. I've got to restart the stream because I'm going out tonight, as some of you know. It's rehearsal day. That means I'm out till midnight, so I'll miss the 9 o'clock restart. So I have to do a sneaky restart now, which I shall do now. God damn it. Nobody can stop me. Let me turn the car down a bit so I'm not fighting with it. Is that better? Yeah, I think so. Nice. ASMR car. Yes. Right, I've rushed in here. Totally unprepared. Let's put up that up for the people who aren't listening. Your favourite soda is ginger ale and Sprite and anything cherry. My favourite, see in England, we're not allowed to fill up our own cup like you are in America, or were. They're getting rid of it, aren't you? Welcome to our world. So whenever I'm allowed to squirt my own, I do 60% Coca-Cola, 30% lemon or lime, 10% orange, 10% cherry or vanilla if it's available. I don't know what that's called. Why bing bong? To warn you. Bing bong! It's like being in the supermarket when you hear the bing bong. You know. It's so you know. Right. Okay. I am going to restart the stream. I am going to do it now. I'm going to count down from 3. And then I'm going to stop streaming. And then it'll start again on the main channel almost immediately. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Half, quarter, 8th, 16th,